So good morning, everybody. How is everybody this morning? Good? Great. Oh, this is interesting. We kind of get feedback. That's okay. We can handle it. The computer's talking to me, so I'm in a delayed way. So let me just...
So, because that'll mute yourself.
Does that... Oh, that mutes me so they can't hear? All right. All right, well, we'll deal with it. We'll just deal with the delay. Okay, sorry about that. A few technical things as we get rolling this morning. We're trying to have our friends from Taipei at the Ocean Affairs Council be able to be a little more interactive today. So anyway, and again, thank you for everyone returning. You know, we really slogged through a lot of technical information yesterday about the semi-structured interviews and the surveying process, really the guts of how the CORVI system works. And so I'm always worried we'll never get people to come back because it's so technical and tiresome. But it's really important. I don't know about you, but I'd like to know a little bit about how the engine runs under the car hood. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to have a bit more of a lighter touch, and it's equally important. We're really going to talk about the next steps in the CORVI process, developing the coastal risk story, and writing the Basseterre risk profile. Now, OAC is going to be doing most of the writing, but I know they're going to be looking to all of you as experts locally to ground truth and help and make sure we get the right language in there, because I know from my own experience, when you try to write for another country, you may not know the right terms that really make the most sense in that country. So having your input to make sure when it's read here by the policy folks and other decision makers, it doesn't look like it was written from someone from another country. It looks like it was written by you all. So that's why it's so very important to go through that today. And one of the things that was really good yesterday, we were just starting to get there, and I think we're going to take some time this morning we've added a little piece. I think we're going to talk, what I'd like to do is really talk more about stakeholders and try to brainstorm as a group before we jump into the day and the other pieces. Talk about and try to brainstorm who are the stakeholders here that we should be reaching out to. What are the organizations that sort of have our own little snowballing method right here this morning. And I want to note, as I'm looking around, we have, am I getting feedback or is that just me?
Not just a bit.
Okay. All right. We have one new person with us today, Vesta, congratulations to Vesta, she's retired. Something we all want to do someday. I don't know why we're getting so much feedback, but. Anyway, can someone talk to the gentleman in the back, because this is difficult. Is it those two being together?
These are off.
Oh.
I don't know how to get back to it.
All right, is that better? Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Anyway, sorry, Vesta. We have Vesta joining us today, who is formerly from NEMA, so it's really good to have that emergency response piece added to our discussion. So So think about, as I'm sort of running through the agenda, think about stakeholders and the snowballing method and who we might want to reach out to as we get into the surveying and interviewing process. So this is today's agenda. Can we pull that table back a little? The projector. So today we're going to, as I said, talk about talk about brainstorming and stakeholders, as I just said. Natalie's going to provide an overview of the CORVI data platform. And the CORVI data platform is what after you do your surveys, all of the information it's automated, it goes right into our platform, and it spits out scores that then go back to the folks writing and assessing the risk profile. So it's really pretty terrific. As I said yesterday, we initially, when we first started this, it was all done by paper and all done on Excel. We've sort of come into the 21st century finally on that. So Natalie will present on the CORVI data platform, and then, as I mentioned, I'll talk about how to develop a risk story and write the profile. We'll have lunch. Again, lunch will be in Calypso, where we were yesterday. And then we'll talk about, have a discussion about CORVI results and how to disseminate and implement CORVI results and the communication. I mean, again, communication. It's so important. You all, Basseterre, has been, your Cheryl and the team have already started the communications when we kicked off the project, and I gather there may be some media even coming out of our workshop here, so it's just so important. And then we'll just have a wrap-up at the end of the day to answer any questions from yesterday or today, or more importantly, recommendations from all of you on how to really help improve our work here together. So with that, I'm going to go back. With that, let's talk about brainstorming. So Tracy, you want to kick off some thoughts about stakeholders?
Yeah, sure. So, I think we asked you all. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? Sorry about that. I think we talked yesterday a little bit about brainstorming some stakeholders, and yet at that point in the day, perhaps we weren't ready. I think by the time we got to the end of yesterday, all of you who were at least here yesterday sort of understand how the CORVI process works, and I know from some of the conversations I had this morning that it's starting to make sense to folks. So remember, we are looking to be thinking about filling those 10 categories, those 10 CORVI categories. Sure. I think my slides probably, Natalie can work on that. And finding folks for the ones that we think might be a little trickier to fill. The governance, right? We remember talking about that, the stability. I'm guessing we have some infrastructure folks here. And so we just thought that we might spend a little bit of time this morning taking some suggestions. Maybe you're sitting there yesterday afternoon and you're like, oh, we need to talk to so-and-so, or we need to talk to this organization. And start writing some of those things down so that when we all leave next week, you've got a bigger list to go from. Does that make sense? Thank you. Does anybody want to start?
I assume, I'll start. What about the cruise industry? We keep hearing so much about the cruise industry. Are there anybody, particular organizations that should be reached out to there?
They're an association of, or representatives here on shore.
That's actually a question. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to write it down until someone
That's a question. Should we include someone or an organization from the cruise industry, and who would they be?
Thanks. Perhaps what might be useful, we would have submitted a draft tentative list for the potential stakeholders. Because we've already included like Port Authority and the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Authority. So we can probably work back from that list to see what additional stakeholders that we have not yet thought of that the participants here can include as well. I'm not sure if it's something difficult to.
You should have it in your email, I think, right? Yeah, that's great. That's a great idea.
That's a great idea. So we think we have the list that we could put up?
Yeah. So, yeah, so what we'll do is we'll pull it up. I'm sure it's in an email. Wow.
I had to find it. I'll be here next month. Yes.
Can stakeholders be just private citizens, not necessarily attached to the government unit? Can stakeholders be ordinary citizens, maybe retired persons like myself?
So absolutely. So yes, that's a great question. We had that one yesterday. The idea behind CORVI is to what we say, look beyond the usual suspects. So we want to talk to stakeholders from government, from academics, from NGO, from businesses, local communities. The idea here is that the system is building a knowledge base about risk, and that the broader, the more diverse the group of people we can get to contribute to that knowledge, the better. Looks like Natalie has our list. Excellent. I'm thinking maybe make it a little bigger. Let's just maybe focus on these 3 columns. Does that make sense? So, and since, actually, Cheryl, if I might put you a little bit on the spot, let me, here, I'll give you this. I'll go get the other one. Maybe you can talk.
No.
Oh, it says it's on. Maybe you can just talk us through what you've done so far to get us started.
Okay, yes, thanks, Tracy. So one of the responsibilities that we had asked of the Project Steering Committee was to go through a list in terms of having looked at the different categories and to indicate potential persons whom we can consider in terms of part of that interview list. So in principle, what you would see on the screen are persons who may be heads of institutions and ministries. So for instance, I know that the question just came up would have been for the cruise industry, which ultimately will be a part of that major industries, and looking at Port Zante. So for that one, we would have looked at the Ministry of Tourism, Marine Resources, Maritime Affairs, SCASPA, which is the St. Christopher A and Seaports Authority. But having been a part of that discussion yesterday, it gives us a broader sense in terms of we cannot just narrow it to those persons, because one of the sectors that stood out to me was the small business enterprises, which we did not consider before, and they're also an integral part, especially looking at the economics and the financial aspect of it. So what we have on the screen here, in principle, are mostly those heads of departments and or private sectors who we know without any reservation should be a part of that survey and or interview list. So I'm not sure if we want to work through each category, and then perhaps the members who are here as part of the discussion can give some additional names, or but in principle what we had there was just a brainstorming exercise that took place as part of one of our committee meetings. So we'd have gone through each one of the categories and indicate tentatively who will be most appropriate to be interviewed and or surveyed.
Keep going. So social. Looks like you've gotten a fair amount from most of the categories, right?
So, yeah.
I just want to see economics.
So
1,
while
2, 3, 4, 5,
Tracy's doing
6.
that,
I think there's 3 missing. Does that sound right? I see 7 categories. We have 10. Stability, infrastructure.
Is that the end of the list?
is that the bottom?
Is there more? Oh.
Ah.
Ooh. Wow. You just get a big star. Okay, so we've got a great list to start with. I guess then what I would say is, given what we've heard from yesterday, particularly sort of reaching out beyond the usual cast of characters, do folks have things that we think we should add? I can take that if you want, or you can keep it.
And so, go ahead.
As the stakeholders here are brainstorming, one of the things also that stood out yesterday was the fact that we can interview more than one person within an agency, because if you look at the list, we would have identified perhaps 1 or 2 persons within a particular department, but we know most of the persons who head and who are senior officers within the relevant ministries and agencies, and perhaps that will help us to identify additional persons, because if you look to the list, the 2 areas that we were stuck with would have been in terms of who else were stability and governance. But based on what has been presented thus far, it gives us a broader scope in terms of who else we can consider within, and also to consider private sectors and retired persons, as Ms. Southwell would have indicated as well.
That's a really good point. And I think with the document I sent out, the CORVI assessment that I provided yesterday from East Africa, you would have seen that it noted the organizations, but again, not the names. And so it's fine to have many people from the same entity engage in surveys, absolutely. And also, it's also fine to do joint interviews with people, more than one person. That is a good way to approach it as well. So thinking about small businesses and individuals, and I think, Cheryl brought up, gaining knowledge from folks who are perhaps more elders who have been around and seen the change. Are there some organizations, businesses, individuals that you all think could be added to the list that we're missing?
Yeah, and I think we had a little bit of this conversation. We've now sorted by what type of stakeholder, right? And we see government and academia, government obviously, which, to you makes sense, right? But if you scroll down here, I think this is probably the place that we want to be thinking about expanding in the private sector folks. We've got some great starts. We've got Urban Development Corporation. We've got the Dive Center. Ross University. That's private sector, not academic?
Academia, sorry.
Okay, that's right. Ports Authority, as you mentioned, and electricity, which is great. This is the area where we struggle to get folks.
Yes.
Let's bring a mic down. Here now.
Not seeing St. Kitts Marine.
Works. St. Kitts Marine works.
What about fisheries cooperatives? From our fisheries expert. Natalie, in front of you. Natalie, right.
There's one registered cooperative in the Basseterre area. As it relates to their functionality, I'm not sure, but I could reach out to the president.
And I missed the very beginning of that.
I was saying that there's one registered cooperative, Fishermen's Cooperative, that operates within the survey area.
Yep.
But I'm not sure about the functionality of the body. But I could reach out to the president.
That would be terrific. That would be really terrific. Who else?
I'm not sure if I'm seeing Frigate Bay Development.
Sustainable
it's there?
development? That's urban development. That's different.
Sustainable Development Corporation, is that what you said?
Frigate Bay Development Corporation. That sounds like, yeah, is that like the Chamber of Commerce? Is there a Chamber of Commerce? Are they there?
I think so, if not, we interview them on.
Right. Yeah, we found the chambers of commerce are usually helpful, particularly in the snowballing piece. They since they know everybody, they tend to give us a lot of names that can be added.
Any other thoughts?
What about, is there a music industry or, I don't know. That- Entertainment ministry?
Is that governmental or non-governmental? So we've said the entertainment ministry, is that right? You know, and that's a good point, because as we've talked about the tourism issue, they're very connected, right, to this sort of thing.
Is the entertainment, is the sports ministry, where do they come under?
Recreation, sports and recreation type of stuff?
It's the same ministry. Sports and entertainment is the same ministry of different departments.
Can we get you to talk into the microphone, because the folks on the phone can't hear you?
So the minister is Jonelle Powell, sorry, a little senile thing there. They deal with the opportunities in filmmaking and that sort of thing, the making of, not sports. I was speaking about entertainment, it's not entertainment.
So like culture, entertainment and culture.
Who is the minister for entertainment? Akila, that's what I was saying, so because that is what I was referring to. I was speaking about the entertainment ministry. I thought that's what the question was about, is it not?
Yeah, so entertainment, and then I just, when I think entertainment, it takes me to sports as well. You can see where I am. Super Bowl is Sunday. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I was just adding that sports should be included as well, because they actually take up a lot of the space, recreational space within the Basseterre area.
And also in the sports, it enables, if there's some superstars on like your football team or some of your other sports, to be able to communicate when we get to the communications piece, if we can get some buy-in early and interest.
Would it be helpful? Awesome.
Director of the Sports Authority?
Would it be helpful to add hotels?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
It's Marriott and Park Hyatt.
Yeah, I mean, there's hotel associations, but it never hurts to talk to individuals as well. Yeah.
It's still helpful to speak to the private sector,
Yes.
who are in it every day,
Yes.
instead of speaking, along with speaking to the association.
Yes.
Okay, just for some clarification, the persons in terms of recreation and sports, in terms of this survey, they will be under major industries? Which category?
Well, if it's the government ministry, it would be government. But if they're individuals, then I think it would be under private sector.
No, in terms of the category. in terms of the survey, which category will they be?
Major industries, I would
Major
think.
industries. Okay,
Yeah.
just for confirmation, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you have the Coast Guard up
So-
there. St. Kitts Nevis Coast Guard.
So let me just make a point of clarification there really quick.
Wait.
So when we're talking to the folks in the sports arena, this may, you have to sort of, this is where the art of CORVI comes in, right? You may just want to have an interview with them, in which case they don't have to be categorized,
Right.
right? And I think that in a case like that where they're a little further afield, you want to include their input, you kind of decide on the fly whether or not it makes sense to then at the end say, hey, we think we'd like you to take a survey. Does that make sense? Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, I don't think we have the Coast Guard up there. They're responsible. They're the focal point and unseen leader for search and rescue.
Yeah. Coast Guard's great.
Yeah, they might be there, but if they're not, because we don't have the full, that would mean I'd have to do it.
Oh, sorry. I did not silence. Scam likely.
So I'm not sure if it's helpful also to include banks.
Yes, banks, yes. Banks are a great idea, if you
Yes,
can get to them.
if they're not there, there have been, at least the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank has been invited to this session on Tuesday.
Oh, great.
But it would be good to have interviews and or surveys with the individual banks themselves and also the insurance companies. We have one for
Yes.
on Monday with them.
Yes.
What I was thinking, though, outside of that, as we look at governance and stability, one of the areas that struck yesterday was perhaps the Lawyers Association, trying to see if there might be some input that they can provide. I'm not sure. Perhaps maybe through an interview, but I'll be guided by the team. In terms of lawyers.
Lawyers Association,
yes.
got it. Yeah. That's a good one as well. Good idea.
Yeah, and I think banks actually will help you to get the socioeconomic and the demographic and the economic surveys complete. One of the experiences we had in Sri Lanka was that we had a group of sort of natural scientists that were leading the process, and when they were asked to look at some of the indicators, I think the one that came up was debt ratio, right? And so, debt ratio is basically how much a country owes versus pays out versus brings in. And they said, oh, that's not important. And then we brought the economists and the bankers in the room there and said, that's the number one thing we've got to be thinking about. So again, that's, we got to remember that our expertise is that we need broad expertise here. People are waiting in the lobby. Are we, is it time to move on? I don't have
It's 10:30, do you think?
Do we have any
Let's get
last,
some last.
yeah, some last thoughts here?
Under stability, I'm not sure if it's helpful also to interview the opposition. Okay.
Be very helpful.
Interview.
The opposition.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Sure.
And under stability, too. You definitely get how this works. Anything else? Any other last thoughts? Again, this isn't the end of this, but just, we're going to,
I'm going back to sports because I just love sports. So surfing, that's also, I know I've been sort of in awe when we had our tour around the island, how huge some of the waves are. Frightening for me, but I can only imagine you must have a pretty good surfing industry here. And I don't know, surfing, we find often in our work when we can get some of the top folks in the surf industry, scuba diving and surf industry, they really help with understanding these issues from a industry perspective. So would recommend that as well.
and I think we have dive on there.
Yeah. Diving, fishing, surfing. That's a question I have. Is there sport fishing here? I mean, I know there's commercial fishing, but is there much sport fishing? Yes.
Yes. Not a lot, but yes.
What about the gentleman? Yes, thanks.
Is the fire department included as well? Fire and rescue services?
Fire?
Yes.
Sure. Is it like an emergency management type, like fire department? Yeah,
That's a good idea, yeah.
Yep.
Well, and that brings me to one more question that we were talking about yesterday. So, CORVI, as we develop it, is it's global. So we have certain categories and issues that are global. But I just learned, as we were learning more about Basseterre specifically, is that there isn't a city government. So many of the places we go, there's a city government. So when you have fire departments, are they in each city? How does that work here? Zones.
Zones, okay.
Okay. And the zones are managed by the national government? By the national government, okay. Well, we'll talk more about that at the end, because I have a lot of questions related to Basseterre as a city without a specific government, and the national government making suggestions to the area we're discussing, and I'd really like to hear more from all of you on that. But we'll talk about that later today. Yes.
Just to kind of quickly, maybe Ron and Orvesta might be able to respond. I know there was either a group or an association that were looking at the Greater Bass in terms of looking at how Basseterre was going to be redefined. Is it Basseterre Urban Revitalization Planner Group or something like that? And there was some discussions some time ago. I don't know if there was ever reactivated or activated. When you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Yes, it's not a established group as yet. There's actually a project that's ongoing, supposed to final report supposed to be presented in August this year. There's a consultant out of Canada who would be coming in next week. Maybe it might be interesting for him to be a part of this discussion.
Yeah,
but yeah, it involves Basseterre resilience, and the creation of a Basseterre resilience plan.
that would be terrific, I think, for folks to connect with that organization, from that consultant from Canada. Yeah. Yeah, so Ron, we're going to ask you more about that because I'll give you some of the, when we get to the part about some of the examples that we've made recommendations on, it's related just to that. So great to have you here to talk about that. All right, well.
So one last point on survey folks. So I do want to be explicit that all the folks in this room should take the survey, right? So, so you are experts, and so we certainly wouldn't want to take your expertise out of our mix. And so I just want to, so I know some people might be worried that there would be some bias introduced, but again, system will account for all that. We want to make sure all of you guys take the survey as well. So I just did want to be clear about that before we closed.
Any last thoughts before we move into the CORVI data platform? All right, let's go on to the data platform, and that's when we talk about the data platform. It really is a spin-off or the next step in what we talked about yesterday. What happens when the surveys are taken, and where does it go, and how does it get assessed? Natalie.
All right, thanks, Sally.
So as I mentioned, I'm going to walk everyone through the CORVI data portal that we've developed. Sorry, my laptop will stop turning off. Okay, so as we've talked about to a fair length yesterday, CORVI is based on this rigorous methodology to assess the climate vulnerabilities in coastal cities from a holistic perspective, and it integrates the ecological, financial, and political risk across 10 categories and nearly 100 indicators. As you can imagine, once you collect all of these surveys and everything and we calculate the risk scores, that's quite a lot of data to look at, especially when we're looking at all the different cities that we've done CORVI assessments for. So one of the ways that we've developed to help manage and look at and analyze this data is the data portal. We've developed the data portal in collaboration with our partners at Click, which is a data analytics firm. And the portal does a number of things. So as I've said, it visualizes the resulting risk scores for all of the assessments, and I'll walk through how that works. But before I get there, I just want to talk briefly about how this data portal that we've developed improves the efficiency of the whole CORVI process. So as Sally mentioned, the CORVI process used to be based on paper surveys and Excel and sort of doing all the calculations by hand. And as you can imagine, that was a bit of a tedious process and took us quite a bit of time. And so one of the benefits of this data portal that we've developed is that now we can take the surveys which are being done on SurveyMonkey and we can import those directly into the data portal. And on the back end, the data portal takes care of all the calculations that Tracy talked about yesterday. So all of the coherence checks, all of the integration of the surveys and the baseline pre-existing data, all of that is done on the back end of Click, and within a very short period of time, comparatively, it will spit out the risk scores for each one of the indicators and each one of the 10 categories for Basseterre once we have the surveys complete. So that really helps move the process along quite a bit faster and just generally improves the efficiency of the overall process and helps get the scores faster and lead to faster decision making. So now, instead of showing you some slides of the data portal, I'm going to actually bring it up and do a live demonstration of it. All right, so here's the data portal, which you can find on our website. There's a number of different links to it. And once you bring up the data portal, this is sort of the opening page that you'll see. So you can see we've got a map of all of the different CORVI assessments that we've done or in progress. So the orange ones are assessments that we've completed, and the blue ones are assessments that are currently underway. And on the right-hand side, you can see that we have the risk scores by category for each one of the completed assessments. So we start at the top, of course, we've got climate change, ecosystems, fisheries. As we scroll down, you'll see the rest of the categories. So what this allows is you can really see where whatever city you're analyzing, where their risk score for any given category compares to the other cities that we've assessed. You can see where are the areas of highest vulnerability and risk, and where might be areas of lower vulnerability or higher resilience. In addition, if you want to look at just a particular region that we've assessed, over on the left here, you can select a specific region, and the portal will adjust accordingly. So the map has adjusted so that you can see the comparison cities in use in that region, as we discussed yesterday. So not just the cities we've assessed, but also the rest of the cities to which we are comparing the level of vulnerability and the level of risk, to get a sense of where that 1 through 10, what that 1 through 10 scale means.
Now, if you just, we know what those labels say on the right, but they don't.
Yeah, so these ones?
Keep going.
So on the map,
The Castries in Kingston. So the words next to the orange bars are not clear to get me. Castries in Kingston.
right, so I'll get to there in a second. So, yeah, so then on the right, the scores have also adjusted. So instead of seeing the risk scores for all of the cities we've completed, you only see the risk scores for those cities for which we've completed CORVI assessments in the region you've selected. So as you can see at the top here, we've got climate change, and then we've got the score for Castries, St. Lucia, and the score for Kingston, Jamaica, and then that continues through all 10 of the categories. And you can hover over and it will give you a little bit more detail, but generally that's the information presented there. Going back to the full scope of CORVI for a minute, you can also look at one specific type of risk. So you're interested in ecological risk, you can go over to the left here, you can select ecological risk, and it will still show you, of course, all the CORVI cities that we've assessed. But over on the right here, instead of listing all 10 categories, it lists just the categories under the ecological risk heading. And of course, you can combine the two of these. So you can select ecological risk, and you can select the Caribbean, and then you see in sort of slightly larger, you can see the risk scores for the categories that fall under ecological risk for those two cities for which we've completed CORVI assessments in the Caribbean. So that's roughly what you can do on the first page, the overview page of the data portal. But we have two additional pages to allow for a little bit more in-depth analysis. So right up here at the top, you can see we started at overview, and we'll move over to risk profiles. So for the risk profile, up here at the top left, you need to select your target city, any one of those that we've completed assessments for. So we'll just select Castries. And you can see first you get a map of what the study area was for that particular city when we were doing the assessment. In sort of the middle here, you've got a pie chart almost, or a radial chart of the level of risk across the 10 categories. And on the right, you've got those same 10 categories with the numerical score presented from the highest level of vulnerability at the top to the lowest level of vulnerability at the bottom. And then if you scroll down a little, what you've got here at the lower right is each one of these dots is one of the specific indicators within the categories that fall under ecological, financial, and political risk. And they fall within sort of left to right from lowest level of vulnerability on the left to highest level of vulnerability on the right. And they're also color-coded accordingly. And you can hover over each one of the dots, and it will tell you exactly which indicator that dot represents and what the specific score is. So for example, in Castries, we found that the level of coral reefs coverage represents a quite high level of risk. That had just over an 8. And then sort of conversely, there was a very low level of vulnerability for landslides in the city. Within the risk profile, you can also, over here, you can click on one of the categories. So say we want to look at ecosystems. And then the table on the right will actually change to show the specific indicators within that category and give you the numerical risk score values instead of having to sort of, check through all the little bubbles on the lower right graph. So if you want to look at those specific scores, you can select one of the categories accordingly. Also on the map, we've got these little blue circles, and if you click on one of them, what pops up is a little sort of risk story about a particular risk that was identified during the CORVI assessment. It provides a little bit more detail as to the risk. There are a number of these per city that you can sort of explore and see what it tells you. And then finally, this orange box here, you can click on it and it will open a new tab and bring you to the full risk profile for you to read, which of course includes the risk scores, but also includes all the other information that we talked about yesterday that makes up the city risk profile. So that is the risk profile tab. And of course on all the tabs, just as a sort of helpful reminder, we've got interpretation of sort of what the different categories are, from low risk to medium high risk to high risk, that Tracy talked about yesterday, but that just sort of help serve as a key to interpret all of the various colors and scores that we've got within the portal. Finally, moving to the third tab, which is the comparison tab. It allows you to look at the level of vulnerability across two different cities. So you have to select them here. So we can select Castries and Kingston. And then you'll see on the right, across the 10 categories, it shows the risk for Castries, for whichever city you've selected as City A, will be on the left. And then whichever city you've selected as City B, in this case Kingston, will be on the right. And the bars, of course, are the length is determined by the risk score, and the color is also determined by the risk score as well. So it provides a little bit of, at a glance, a comparison of the level of risk across the 10 categories for the two cities that you've selected. And again, if you want to look at just specific types of risk, you can do that here. So if you want to look at just, say, financial risk, you can select right here, and it will show you just the comparison for the 3 categories within financial risk. And then if you want to drill down further and look at the specific indicators within any one of the categories, you can do that over here on the left. You can, for example, select infrastructure. And it will provide a comparison, again with Castries on the left and Kingston on the right, of the level of risk score for the two cities, and a quick comparison between the two. And of course, you can cycle through any number of the ecological, financial, and political risk, and any one of the categories at your leisure, to sort of get a sense of the comparison level of risk between whichever two cities. Yes.
Why are there gaps in between? Morning again. Looking at the comparison there, and I'm seeing a lot of gaps. Why is there gaps?
There's a few.
The comparison, the gap.
Few gaps in the Kingston data.
Yeah.
I wasn't around for the Kingston assessment. My assumption is that we didn't have that data for some reason. Can you trace it over?
Risk by category, these are the indicators?
These are the indicators, yeah.
So we didn't get scores for these because we didn't get people to fill out the survey.
Tracy, sorry.
Sorry. We didn't get scores for these because we didn't get people to fill out the surveys. Right? So this was our very first one that we did. And so when we had if you remember, we did this with paper surveys, so we didn't have the ability that we have now to go back and see who's filled out a partial survey and who hasn't. So when we left, we took a stack of surveys with us, and we got back and realized that people had skipped lots of questions. Yeah, but that's what happened. So we've put things into the system since then to prevent that from happening in the future. Sorry.
Hi, good morning. Quick question. I was going to wait until the end, but I think the conversation led to it. In terms of the surveys, as someone, let's say I'm the person who is surveying the someone else. And you realize in terms of completing the survey that a submission was made. Is there any way to get back that survey from your system, or it has to come straight, we have to come to you to make that edit? For example, when you look at this chart, as the colleague on the other side asked a question in terms of why are there blank spaces? I'm asking if there's a way, because for example, if I'm completing a survey and I hit submit, right? What if there's room to retrieve that survey if the survey was submitted before the person actually wanted to submit that particular survey? Is there room to retrieve the survey without? I'm not sure if you're understanding.
No, I understand your question. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to go through us for that because we have access to all the surveys once they're submitted.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a fairly straightforward process. If you let us know that there needs to be a fix, we can either let them submit a new survey and then we can just delete the old one. I think would be the most straightforward way of doing it. But yes, you can't do it from your end. You'd have to go through us.
We would use that person's name. Remember, I put my name in yesterday? And so if you said Tracy Rulo submitted a survey, we want to take that back and have her do it again. We would then go in and we could identify the survey by my name.
Okay, can I ask another question? I'm assuming that your assessments are done, what, periodically, or is it just one assessment for country and it's just, okay. Because my question, my follow-up question, if it was no, in terms of like, if you're looking for an assessment, if it was dated, but since you're saying it's just one assessment, then I hold that.
Yeah, so we totally recognize that, and so our intent is to update the baseline information every 5 years. And, you know, obviously, we are hoping that as we build CORVI, that we might get to go back to, you know, countries and cities where we've been before and see what's changed, because that would be fabulous. You know, we're just sort of at the beginning of that stage.
Because that was the reason for asking the question, because you're trying to see how countries are moving over time. So it would be nice for us to look back 2, 3, 4 years down the road to see and how the categories might have been moving over that period.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally agree.
So that's about the end of my walkthrough of the data portal. So please, if there are any more questions. Yeah, and if there's anything specific you want me to go back to, or if there's anything specific you want to see on the data portal, I can see if it's possible and try to access it to give you a walkthrough. But I'm happy to answer any questions or go back to any sort of the features, but of course there's nothing quite like looking through it on your own, sort of exploring it when you have the chance.
Yeah, and I would just add, if you do have a chance to go and look at it and you see something that looks weird or funny, please let us know. You know, we go through this, we're very close to it, you know, second set of eyes, so it's hard for us to sometimes see everything. So if you do see something that looks, you know, you're looking and it looks really weird, let us know.
So the information that you have here on the website, it's accessible to anyone. Anyone can just log in and see.
Yeah.
There's no username, nothing, anything. It's
okay. This is all publicly available straight on our website. You should be able to see the same thing I'm seeing here.
And that was a decision that we thought long and hard about, but we decided we wanted this information to be available to everyone.
To clarify, the back-end stuff that I sort of talked about, where all the risk scores get calculated automatically, that's of course behind all of our login information, but this is all publicly available.
Set them to break?
Yeah, if there are no more questions, I think the next thing scheduled is a short break, so we can get to it.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll take a... Oh, Cheryl, go ahead. Oh, yeah, I was just going to say we'll take a quick 10-minute break, I think, till 11:45 or 15-minute. 11:15, I think is the next.
11:15.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. A lot of agendas today. Yeah, 11:15. Okay, yep, go ahead. No questions are good? We love questions. We really do.
Besides looking at the information on your website, if a country wants that information to maybe do a review or assessment or something like that, is there a way to retrieve this, whether download or anything of that sort?
Yeah, I believe there's a way to export it to Excel. I will go confirm that during the break and get back to you.
Sure. If you want to say something. Okay. All right, go ahead. Have some coffee.
Yes.
Okay, so everyone is back. Hope you had a nice break. Thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to just move this over a little bit. We're going to talk about the CORVI risk story and writing the Basseterre risk profile. And as I said, you know, the CORVI risk story is so important. It's taking all of the data and information that you've collected and weaving it into doing the analysis and then weaving it into the story that people will read. And I handed out yesterday, you know, hopefully you all can share the ones we did on East Africa. I have one with me, and I can't give it up, but if anyone wants to flip through, this is the original one we did with St. Lucia and Jamaica. Honestly, it's not as good. We've had lessons learned since then, and I'll talk about some of those lessons as we walk through. But again, you know, after we collect all this information and do all this work, it really culminates in the final coastal city risk profile. So it's officially a risk profile. Some people call it an assessment, but it's really is the showcasing how the data-driven assessment then culminates into this story, analyzing the combination of all of the pieces, the pieces of economics, finance, and ecological, and the social governance piece. So we're going to talk about writing this, and just as a reminder, OAC is actually going to be doing the writing, but you all, as I said earlier, will be supporting them to make sure that the terminology is right, the story is right. So I'm going to go through briefly what this is. So as you can see on this slide, and as we've been talking about, we have finished 4 risk profiles to date. And as you can see, Mombasa, Kenya, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Kingston, Jamaica, and Castries, St. Lucia. And then when we finish the Basseterre city profile, it too will go up on this website. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is really dive into how to write and how to write the overall profile. And just so the folks from OAC, I know you're on the line, as a reminder, we're going to do a second session with you to really deep dive on writing next week. So as you can see from this slide, it really is, so you can see where we're driving through to, where the indicators are going, the structured interviews with the experts, and it all comes into analysis and risk, scores, the narrative, the recommendations, and all of it end up being part of the city risk profile. So we really combine all of this information, and also we combine not just the surveys and the scores, and the interviews, but also the academic and gray literature. And it all comes together here into this sort of holistic assessment. And as we've been talking about for yesterday and today, this multi-dimensional, not one area, but a combination of sectors that really will give Basseterre that sort of integrated, holistic look that, what's going on with the ecological, financial, and political risks. So writing a CORVI risk profile, it's really important that we think about it in terms of simplicity, because you're going to have such a range of readers, from highly technical to lay people. And, you know, politicians fall in somewhere in that range. So we need to, all of the folks who are going to be using this at a variety of levels need to be able to understand. So to ensure that sort of continuity of quality from profile to profile, structure and style across all of the CORVI projects, we have put together a format and a writing style that we try to get to be the same. And I'll go through that in a little bit more detail in a minute, but to talk about some of the main takeaways from some of the previous CORVI assessments, the importance is using specificity, providing a balanced perspective, and I'll talk a little more about that, use plain language, and an active voice. That's another key. And then tell a compelling story about the risk so that people will sort of feel connected to it. And then in the end, have specific policy recommendations, because again, at the end of the line, it's the policy recommendations and the specificity in them that will help us drive getting more funds into action in the end. So if we could talk about some of the takeaways, I'm going to walk you through this in the next few slides. Let's see. So be specific. I mean, that is really important. And that's hard. Sometimes people don't want to, you know, be as specific as they can, but it's very important to move away from general descriptions of risk and really provide specific data and specific examples. For example, in our previous assessment in Dar es Salaam, the CORVI risk score, So tell the story in more detail. So what we could have done is we could have written a sentence that said, Dar es Salaam faces high flood risk due to climate change. But that's pretty general. Instead, I don't know if folks can read this from where you are, but instead what we wrote in the profile is the geography of Dar es Salaam, along with increasing erratic rainfall and rising sea levels, increase the risk of flooding. This has had corresponding impacts on people, businesses, and the environment, as reflected in a medium-high flood risk score. Floods frequently impede city traffic, destroy homes, and curtail economic activity. The flood of April 2018, for example, destroyed roads and bridges, displaced 1,215 households, and generated household losses of approximately $100 million. So that basically was taking Dar es Salaam faces high flood risk due to climate change, which says, okay, there's an issue, but it doesn't give you any context or doesn't tell any story or provide any detail of the specificity that one needs to address the issue. And so that is really important as we move on to writing this sort of thing in our risk profile. It really explains that flood risk is increasing, why it's significant, how it intersects with climate change, and about the compounding flood risk to the city through the very specific example of the flood in 2018. So writing a CORVI risk profile, another issue is provide a balanced perspective. I mean, when you think of it, nobody wants to hear doom and gloom all the time. It's a downer, so we don't want that. And what we found is that, you know, people in general like to hear good news. So it's really important that we balance the good with the bad, because in every situation, in every, there's something you can find, as my mother always used to tell me growing up, you can always find some good in something, no matter how dire the situation is. So having a balanced approach will lead to more likelihood of the CORVI risk profile being read and being acted upon by decision makers. And so we need to make sure that writers really make sure that the final narrative presents information on both strengths and weaknesses of the city risks and resilience efforts. And it's important to note the low and the high scores. So just don't focus on the high scores. Note that there have been some good things. And let me give you an example of that as well. So this is from St. Lucia's. It is from Castries. And I'll read it because I think reading it really helps you get the balance. Disaster risk management is an area where St. Lucia has developed a well-defined policy and legislative framework. The National Emergency Office has created and implemented strategies to mitigate the risk of hazards for public and private development. So that's the good. However, these policies lack legal weight, and expert interviews documented concerns that the guidelines are not often enforced or followed. So that gives you, the good is that it's been created, so you're on your way, but what needs to be focused on next is enforcement and action. So then, again, using plain language and active voice. And I'll say honestly, the good news is when we work in sometimes, well, this is actually a note to OAC, and I have to give OAC a lot of credit because the document they provided that is the overview of the literature is so well written in English. I mean, I'm not sure I could write it that well. And often when we do this around the world, we don't get as good products. So because we're doing it all in English, it's important to have that consistency as well. So big kudos to OAC for that. So we want to really stress the importance of plain language and an active voice, and want to profile some of the findings and make sure that they're accessible, as I said, to a broad audience, business people, politicians, people on the street. And so it must be written in kind of clear language. And what is plain language? Well, when writing a plain language, the goal is to avoid complicated words, technical jargon, and long, elaborate sentences. Tracy and I have edited so many drafts of risk profiles where one sentence can be a whole paragraph, and by the time you get to the end, you're like, what did the first? The last 3 words, right? Yeah. Don't do that. Yeah. What did they say at the beginning? Wait, I'm all confused. So, yeah. I know we've all seen that sort of thing before, and so, so we really want to not have to work at it. I mean, it's complicated enough what we're doing. We don't want the reader to have to work at it. So avoid using academic or technical language. Use an active voice rather than passive. I mean, we want action coming out of this. We want people to feel energized. Use short sentences and short paragraphs. Use common everyday words. Put your main points. This is kind of, put your main points up front of a paragraph, and then support it. I mean, this is 101 in writing, you all know this, and then sort of have a summary at the end. So, tell the risk story. To appeal to the audience, we need to grab them where they understand the issue. And the issues are really about people, places, and the findings. And if we can connect all of those, it just makes such a difference from where we're going to go in the future. How, we need to grab people because it's people, there's a lot of competing issues out there that we face and the world faces. And if we want them to focus on our recommendations, we need people to be energized and understand this in a way that they can really get behind it. And that's why when I was talking earlier about getting sports people, it's not just the politicians, it's getting sports people to be spokesmen, entertainment folks, youth. There's a lot of great people who, if we can grab into this, it'll really be helpful. So it's important as you're looking at your risks also to look at say what are the high risks, and what does that mean, and how do I want to talk about that? So, for example, in Dar es Salaam, it's one of the fastest growing cities in East Africa. It's really a gateway, their port, and they are having so much problems with sea level rise on the coastal side. But then this huge, it's like 70% of the people who live there are living in informal housing. So that's causing massive flooding. And so you have, and that's another thing, we are doing this on a land to sea approach. But so, often when people are thinking about climate, they're not really thinking about the informal housing and growth and how it's affecting the ports and the sea level rise. So when you see that informal housing is an issue and a problem, be able to write about it in a way that connects. Because obviously if 70% of the people are living in informal housing, they're connected to that. They may not be connected to what's going specifically on in the port, but if you can then also show how sea level rise in the port is going to have a connection there. It's telling that story, bringing some of those issues to bear to the people. So some of our recommendations is, you got to deal with this informal housing. You have to deal with the port infrastructure that's being affected by sea level rise. And also on that land to sea interface in Dar, we talked about the importance of marine spatial planning because tourism was a big issue, energy was a big issue, shipping was a big issue. Anyway, so I could go, I'm not going to go on. If I get too excited, I'll start sounding like Tracy in my enthusiasm. Nothing wrong with enthusiasm. So anyway, tell the story is really important. And use clear, compelling examples to illustrate what you're finding in the data. And also on that note, if you see something in the data, again, this is where probably you could be particularly helpful to OAC. If you as the committee see something that just doesn't look right, like if a risk score is super high and you know that's not an issue, or a risk score is super low and you know it's a major problem, question it and dig in a little deeper to try to figure that out. Okay. So when you write the, this is sort of what I'm talking about.
There's that example right there.
Yeah. So as you can see, it doesn't point at it. As you can see at the bottom, the percent of the metro area at risk of flooding is only a 1, yet projected sea level rise is huge. So maybe that's saying that sea level water coming in from the sea isn't going to inundate those neighborhoods, maybe. But, it's the sort of thing that you want to dig into a little bit more to try to figure out what that kind of issue is.
Yeah, those top and bottom, red and green, are kind of talking about the same thing, and they're totally opposite, so that should be a flag.
Microphone.
The top and bottom, the red and green, are very similar indicators. You would expect those generally to align together. And so when you're looking at these things, that's a flag to say, we need to double check that.
And I'll be honest, I gave out all my reports yesterday, so I was going to look at it last night, and I was like, oh, I can't remember why that is the case. But if you see something like that, definitely check it out. All right, Tracy will do that for us while I go on. So just to briefly go over the components of the CORVI risk profile, we have a brief introduction, then we have a summary of findings. That's the recommendations that are going to be in more detail at the end, but a summary of that so that, we've all worked with politicians. They're not going to read the whole report. They're going to read the summary and the recommendations. So having them up front and then even distilling them on a 2-pager is a good way of doing it. And then have the CORVI analysis, the status of the resiliency planning, priority recommendations, which are obviously the key piece, and then at the end, we do try to follow and make sure it's rigorous, so we have an appendix and notes. I think I'm just going to go on. All right. Okay, so again, I ask all of you if you have any questions. You'll be supporting OAC, but will not be the main writers for it. So I don't know if OAC has any questions, but you can hold them until we talk with you. I think we're having a meeting next week to go over this in more detail. But while we have folks in the room who will be supporting OAC, does anyone have any questions? No, it's pretty straightforward. Okay. So, oh, Tracy has the answer. Great.
So apparently, Dar es Salaam has a high elevation. So that's right. So if we remember, it was the % of the metro area at risk of flooding. The city itself has a high elevation, so they don't worry about the flooding from that perspective. But the change in sea level rise affects other aspects of risk.
Yes, Regine. Okay, so OAC will process what we just showed and talked about, and when we meet next, they'll ask the questions. Okay, that's great. So we're running early. I think now we're supposed to break for lunch. Is that right? But they may not be ready for us. We may have like 15 minutes prior to that. Cheryl, is there anything you would like us to further discuss, or we can let people answer their emails, or walk out to the beach and back? I don't know.
Not particularly, but perhaps just to give an update in terms of the process and the approach after the sessions. As you indicated, that it will be really nice if everyone who is here to participate in the survey, and everyone here would be expected to assist either in the interview process or the surveys. And of course, we'll be strategic in terms of who we think will be more appropriate to engage in these interviews. And even during the break, I will have already received a suite of names and our agencies who may think will be able to provide good information. So based on the discussions that has taken place yesterday and up to this morning, we are in a good standing in terms of, so I just wanted to, I guess, apologize in the future for the wealth of information that may come that requires in terms of that assessment, because it may be a bit overwhelming, in terms, particularly as relates to the interviews, because we do recognize that sometimes, because it's an open-ended question, or even in terms of the structure within the survey, you may be able to get more information when you have a dialogue with someone who can share their experiences over the last couple of years. So we should be expecting a lot of interviews coming to provide support to not just the Simpson, but also to AOC in terms of preparing that assessment as well. But we will be brainstorming after the end of these 2 days to strategize in terms of how we can approach to get the information done by or before, well before the end of March, so that you can have enough time to do your assessment.
Well, what does that say to me? We have the A+++ team. I mean, that's fabulous. That is really terrific. Again, you know, we've done this several places, and it was difficult in East Africa because of COVID. We weren't able to go there. And being able to meet all of you and walk through all these issues, I think makes a really big difference. And it gives me a lot of confidence, honestly. Because this is the toughest part, is chasing people to fill out those surveys and have the interviews. I mean, we've all done that in our jobs, and it's time-consuming to schedule. Yes, Vesta. No, that's fine.
Just taking a little further on to what Cheryl was saying, because at almost the same moment, I was thinking to myself, how far are we prepared to go in terms of analyzing the information and so on? I kind of envision at least my contribution to take place, at least in part, in terms of the interview process. I've already kind of discussed with Cheryl, because I was suggesting that I don't like to, I get excited about information, and I don't want to belabor the process, but I think maybe they should be recorded. And I was thinking to myself, just before she made that comment, that who is going to be responsible for editing the information before they get to you guys, I guess. I don't know if you're going to be part of the analysis of the raw footage. But I know I'm excited about interviewing a number of persons whom I'm recommending to Cheryl be part of it. And just as you get into conversations, the way that people express themselves and so on, sometimes, as I think somebody was saying about a different part of this ongoing process, that sometimes you get to the real critical information at the end, but you need to go through all of the little prickly steps to get there. I just hope that we can do justice to that part of it, that we are able to get the critical information out of some of the noise that might lead us there. So I was just interested in what Cheryl was saying just now.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And, you know, when we do the interviews, there's sort of 5 general seed questions that sort of elicit, that try to get to the details that we'll want. But we do recommend asking if people mind if you record, you know, with your telephone, or if it's over, you know, if you end up doing it virtually, whatever Teams or Zoom or whatever you're using. Just ask. Most people will say yes. Very rare that people say no, but and then you can email that, you know, send that to the OAC folks who will be writing, so they'll get the flavor. But obviously you'll probably keep it here also as for the committee to be able to listen in and be able to make sure that OAC is really getting it right. Where is it? Where is it?
It's Ricky. They should be able to speak.
Oh, okay. Do we have to Ricky, I think you can speak. Just unmute yourself and speak. Hold on a sec. Okay.
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, Sally, I'm just wondering if you can talk more about the active and passive voice. I'm not questioning about that point. I'm just curious about the difference between that two. I'm just curious about the reason behind. So I'm not a native speaker, so I don't know what's the difference between that two.
Okay.
Why should we avoid using the passive voice?
I think Tracy's looking for an example. Yeah. Are you? Yeah. All right, hold on. So you know.
So while that's pulling up, I can actually say that the easiest way to think about active voice is to think about you put your subject first, and then your verb follows that. And your verb should not, should be in the present tense. You know, I walked to the store, or I am walking to the store. What you don't want to do is, and yeah, I'm sorry, that's not the best example. I have hundreds of them, but in a lot of cases, they use the sort of, if you use the form of the to be verb, so she, hold on, I know it'll pull up. I thought that would be the case. That might be something we want to get back to afterwards.
We'll provide that. I mean, I know it when I see it, and I'm just spacing, but I mean, it's like, yeah, like,
here we go. It's just my internet's a little slow.
Tracy's looking, just so you know.
It's about tense. Okay, so active voice is I do my homework. Passive voice is my homework was done. Active voice is I'm doing my homework. Passive voice is my homework is being done, right? So the subject is I. The subject should go before the verb in active voice. The subject in passive voice comes after. Does that help?
Does that make sense to you, Ricky?
Yes, I know that, but my question is, why should we use active voice?
Why? Okay.
To write, to write that report. What's the feeling of the reader?
Well,
when they see active, passive, when they see active voice or passive voice, what's the difference with the reader?
For the outcome of the reader. Got it. So active voice is, I think, more clear to a general audience for all audience, whereas passive voice is more of an academic sort of way of writing, and it tends to be a longer, more convoluted approach, whereas an active voice just gets right to the point and takes you forward. And so it seems more peppy. I know that's a funny word to use, but it just seems more action-oriented. And I know it's hard for particularly scientists and social scientists and academics to go into active voice because they've been trained otherwise. But if you're a person reading this, anywhere from the layperson to the politician to media folks, they're more going to understand and grab onto active voice than, say, the passive voice, which may be more accessible to other academics or real technical folks. So that's the purpose. That's the reason.
Okay, pretty clear. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, or does anyone want to provide any other examples of that from their own experience? Okay. Well, I think we can break for lunch. The restaurant is the same. Yeah?
Yep.
Anything else? Okay, why don't we break for lunch? We're supposed to be back here at
1:15.
Back here at 1:15, and what we'll do after this afternoon is we're going to talk about communication. We sort of just started that with the active voice. We'll talk about, there's so many different opportunities to communicate this, and as I said, you all have been doing a really pretty terrific job on it, but we'll get into more detail on that. Then we'll have just a session of general questions from yesterday to today. Anything you want to know, any questions or thoughts you want to provide to move this forward. We'd really rather have you tell us than us tell you, to be honest, on what makes it right, and then that's it.
Actually, I just did want to make one more comment to Ricky. So the literature review that you all sent us was done very well. You used active voice,
Yeah,
and
that was active.
and you used it effectively. So, I guess I would say probably don't want to change much. You know, the way you all are writing over there is exactly what we're looking for.
I concur with that, Ricky. You wrote that in a very active voice, and it was, well, very, very well done.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, what time is it there?
It's almost
Midnight?
just 0.
Yeah, midnight in Taipei.
AM.
Yeah.
Just midnight.
Okay, go take a break. Thank you. Let's go to the next one. How come it said we had that many minutes left when we were? Because we're late. Well, why did it say that? Why did it say that? It said you had this many minutes left to start, right?
Because she's basically putting on the YouTube feed that when we're going to start talking.
Got
Even
it.
though we said we were going to be back at 1:50.
All right, that's where I was
We are not.
confused.
But we can start now.
Okay. Tracy's explaining to me how to read my watch, so I apologize that we're starting a few minutes late. But with that, welcome back again, and thanks everyone for, again, returning, and I hope everyone had a nice break and a nice lunch. So what we're going to do this afternoon is the first discussion is going to be really about communication, implementation, and dissemination of the CORVI results and findings. So that's what we're going to talk about next. So going back again to the bubble diagram with the time frame, as you can see, communication, although it's at the end, I'm going to discuss with you how important it is that communication needs to take place throughout the whole CORVI process. So we've really walked through the last few days. We've walked through the process, the data collection, the risk score construction, the development of the risk story, and how do we write the CORVI profiles. So now, as this last formal session, I want to discuss the final step, which is how to take the results that you've gone through this whole process to get, and then how do you communicate it to key decision makers, both here in Basseterre and throughout St. Kitts and Nevis, but also beyond, because, you know, we're looking for support from funders or from development banks or at the UN. I mean, there's a lot of external audiences that we want to be able to communicate our CORVI findings with. And, you know, we've gotten so much valuable information when we get through this whole project, very specific information that's so important to the local climate risks here in Basseterre, and, you know, that you're facing today and you're going to face tomorrow. So producing this kind of information is not the end goal, however. What the goal is, and you've probably heard me say this over and over again for the last 2 days, is CORVI is really research to action. Because for those of you, I mean, you've gotten to know me the last few days, but coming from a research institution, that's what we call our program, Environmental Security Program. It's research to action. And if I were someone who just did the research, did a little press conference, and put the information on a shelf, I would shoot myself. Because I need whatever work we do to turn into real action. Because what's the point of doing it otherwise? So that is what we're going to talk about today, is how to communicate all the work to get to action. So, you know, you've seen this map several times, but it just reminds us that the kind of work that we're doing here in Basseterre is not the first time we're doing it, and it's not the beginning. You have really benefited from several other projects that we have done to date. And I think I keep saying, you know, we have these 5 CORVI projects that we finished. Kingston and Castries were really our first pilots. We've learned so much from that time, as well as even from the most recent ones we finished in East Africa. They're really helping us understand how better to communicate and disseminate information with the lessons learned. And I'd have to say, one of those major lessons is the communication piece, that we should start communicating about the CORVI risk profile at the very beginning of the process, not at the end. And I want to give all of you credit, because right at the beginning, the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives, Environment Cooperatives, I'm like, brain cramp, as we say. The Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives did public outreach right at the beginning to the media, and there was excellent press release that went out, and then there was some engagement on your YouTube station, and there's just been a lot of good public outreach throughout the beginning of the project, and that is not been the case in some of the others, so it's really, really important, and I give you guys a lot of credit for getting that going right at the beginning. Because again, the more we can socialize, the more we're likely to have action and change, and the more we'll be able to access funding if people understand the importance of the CORVI project here. So again, I've said this over again, but I just can't stress it enough, is that there's so much value to listening to the local expertise. And again, as I said this morning, we can help write things and we can share our experiences, but you all know more than anybody what is happening in your city and in your country. And so having you help us get that into the knowledge and express it in a way that means the most to the people who live here is really, really important. You know the seascape and the landscape, and you know which are the decision makers that need to be, how to talk to them, the local business people, the small business people, the fishing community, the tour community. I mean, you know how to speak their language in a way that we never would, and it's important that that happens. So I want to just go over, I mean, you probably all know this, but some of the key principles for really effective communication. First and most important, as I was just discussing, tailor your messages to the specific audience you're communicating with. This includes, of course, the content of your message, but also you need to think about, like, when you're talking to fisheries management, they're going to want to know certain things that perhaps a physical infrastructure person may not need to know, or they're going to, or the style of your message. How you might communicate with a minister of state might be different than how you might communicate with a small business person or a scientist. So really think about how to have a conversation and communicate the CORVI results with the person you're talking with. Second principle is to draft a communication strategy and a dissemination plan. So we try to do that early on. How do you, all along the steps, who are you going to communicate? When are you going to communicate? What means are you going to use to communicate? So in addition, having that sort of communication strategy is really important to the various audiences, and having a timeline that outlines how to do it. Third, graphics. We probably should have had a great infographic. So the infographic I showed at the very beginning that you've all seen over and over throughout, I think that speaks many, volumes, so much more than any of us can say when you see climate in a island state, whether it's how it affects agriculture and drought, all the way down to informal
disseminate information.
Sally, can you hear me?
Okay, hold on.
And I'd have.
Hold on.
They were speaking, nobody's speaking now.
Regine, can you see what's going on?
Okay, try again. Let me fix it.
Okay, I don't, hopefully, okay, Regine will check out to see what's happening in Taipei. Anyway, graphics, as I said, the infographic that we use, it really talks about the drought. You can look at that, water coming down from the mountain, potential informal housing, and how that affects to infrastructure and ecosystems. It just brings it all together, and I think I can't tell you how many places we've shown that infographic and people in the room have said, oh, that's how it is here, or that's how it is here, and it's really can really be helpful to being able to showcase the message you're trying to make without having to say it or write it. So also, what's really important is understanding some of the key components to effective messaging. Again, as I said, it's important to tailor your messages to the audience, but tailoring doesn't mean changing it, just so you remember that. The findings are the same, and the recommendations are going to be the same no matter what you come up with, but it's just tailoring it so that your audience finds it interesting and relevant to them, to their technical expertise or their industry or their interests. But what is important, you should answer basically 3 main questions when you develop your messages, which are, what are the main results of the CORVI assessment? And this doesn't have to be super comprehensive. The results you choose may, as I said, highlight what's important to that audience. But every time you should be clear about the results and be available to be able to, if asked questions, talk about other parts. And then secondly, why are these results? Think about why are the results important to your audience. So everyone you're trying to communicate CORVI to is super busy. And everyone has competing priorities, and I think we talked about it a little. It could be competing priorities in funding, competing priorities in policy, competing priorities in just their day-to-day life. I have 2 minutes. I got to go pick up my kids. What is it that you're trying to get across? So, to keep their attention, you want to be clear up front about what results are important to them. So what are the important results? Be clear, be concise. And then third, we want to make sure that we get across, this is the research to action piece, we get across what actions do you want a specific audience to take, respond to. What are the actions that you want them to take that will have the results you're looking for? And so it's not just to highlight coastal climate risks writ large. That's important, but you want to drive that information to action to address the risks and to build resilience. So it's not just saying this is an issue, but you also want to have this is an issue and these are some of the ways we can go about addressing it. So it's really clear that, key to make sure your message is clear of the particular audience, what do they want to hear about, and what are some action ideas you can leave them with. So you wouldn't want to, for example, I just keep using fisheries, you wouldn't want to talk to a fishing, well, you might want to talk to a fishing cooperative about tourism, but that's probably a bad example. You wouldn't want to talk to a fishing cooperative maybe about infrastructure in another part of the country that doesn't have anything to do with the fishing community. So trying to tailor your messages to the right audience is really important. So as I talked about earlier, having a communication strategy and plan is very important. And if you write that in advance, you have 2 pagers that are available. You know which medium you want to hit, when are there conferences that you want to have information, when are there going to be certain events, you might be having big, large gatherings. There's just a lot of different places. So if you look at a calendar in advance and develop a communication strategy that works, that helps you be prepared. So in drafting, you should really ask yourself 3 questions. Again, what are the overall goals of your efforts? How do you phrase them different ways for different audiences? What are the key messages? And who are the audience that you want to reach? And so we just sort of went all over that. And then as the dissemination, you want to make sure that that is pretty well thought out. So what are the kind of materials? Again, we always try to have, a 2-pager for someone who just wants to know quickly what is going on, maybe a longer for some of the technical people who want to know more. You might want to just have a specific one. What does CORVI mean for fisheries? What does CORVI mean for the tourism industry? You can sort of create it any way you want. When you have the report and you have the full CORVI report, some people may want that, but maybe you just want a press release or a presentation. So you should never just have, you don't want to just be able to hand the report off. You want to have all these different types of medium to be able to, outreach material to be able to share with whomever is the right audience. And what are the right, sort of some of the key communication channels? And we were laughing about the word channels last night. It's not a channel on a TV. It's all the different channels, thinking that is, well, I just learned we don't have rivers here, but think of it when it rains. Where does all the water go? So what are the different avenues, the different venues, the different streams that you want to communicate through? So it could be, for example, a one-on-one meeting. It could be print and online media. It could be on the YouTube channel. It could be, a variety of ways. So really think about that and try to think, what are the right materials you need for the right channel, and do you send it out, the message, do you broadcast it to everyone? Do you do it over courses of a few weeks? Is it months? Is it throughout the year? Is it once a year? There's all sorts of different ways. What are the big important meetings coming up? Try to get, if decisions are going to be made, you have to, for a week or 2 out before a decision is made, really do an advocacy of some of the findings. So think about all of that when you're putting together a communication plan. And I've already sort of hit on this, but I'll just reiterate it again. What are the types of audiences with whom you're trying to communicate? So there's the general public. Can be so useful to help you build that broad-based support for strengthening the resilience in Basseterre. And in most cases, these sort of messages that you aim at the general public should be fairly high level, with a simple, straightforward, brief messaging, and ask if there is an ask in there. However, sometimes the public want to learn more. Sometimes they want to be really interested. So being able to know, when that's the case, how to point them into a more, whether it's the full risk profile or an opportunity to talk in more detail with them, or even it might be a summarized version. Academics. Well, academics and other technical professionals, on the other hand, they may want more detail. They may really want to dig into the numbers and understand the process. So, whether it's the full profile or even the website, those are the kinds of, more detailed, complex information they may want to see. And then we have policymakers and decision makers, and they could be on both extremes. Sometimes they don't have time for the really in-depth, kind of rigorous information that an academic may have, but their staff may want that, and they just may need the more of a high-profile focus on whatever policy issue they're most interested in, and then they can assign it to someone to get more detail. So really have the different types of levels for the right audience, but always have that backup material. So if you give at a high level and they say, I want more, be able to say, here, let me pull out of my back pocket, or let me send you to where you can find more information. And then, of course, all of these audiences kind of break down into subgroups where you can then tailor the message that works best for them, whether it's, the waste management folks or the, folks who work on the port, in the port, or, people who are, even in the, the tourism industry. They just, it's across the way. So what are some of the kind of materials that I've been talking about them, but just to be very specific, there's so many different venues, medium that you can use when you are trying to get the message across. Obviously, there's the full CORVI profile. Well, I gave them out yesterday. I think I have another one, but the full CORVI profile. There have been, there are press releases, and again, a lot of credit to Cheryl and the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives, who have done a few great press releases that have been picked up. There are, this is, you've all seen these, but this is the one actually from from St. Lucia and Jamaica, which I'm happy to share, but again, it's my only copy, so no one can have it. But it's all on the website. But yeah, press releases, op-eds. Op-eds are great, and when we finished our East Africa one, we had an op-ed, which we'll send around for all of you, that we wrote from the Stimson Center with our local partners, really pushing our findings and what they could do to take action. And then our local partners, which is the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Agency, what they've been doing with that is they've been taking that op-ed and really shopping it around. They've been sending it out to all of their partners around. So it doesn't look, even though we got it in one publication, they're using it to share it around to show what are the important recommendations and why are they so important. And then obviously presentations. Attending meetings and doing presentations on CORVI are key. We did this at COP with both Taiwan and St. Kitts, and we did it in several venues, and it was just a big hit. And we got a lot of press out of it. We got good, we just got a broader recognition globally of what the CORVI project is and why is it important here. Your Minister of Environment was there. Your PS was there. It was very, very successful. And then videos, as we're having today. Being able to have a video that you can cut certain parts and share it, where it's appropriate. That's another good way. And then, of course, just interviewing people about the importance of CORVI and your findings and recommendations when you go forward is another way of really getting that one-on-one. So that is, I think I've kind of gone through all of it. Getting things on your website also is another great venue to be able to share information and make it easy. And just remember that don't limit yourself. A good communication strategy should be broad across all of these, but be mindful, to decide what works best. Some places, maybe videos don't work, and some places, some of these things may not be the best approach, but pick and choose what works best for you and go forward with it. But it's important to diversify because, we are a diverse population, so no one looks and gets their information from the same place. And so I think diversifying the communication channels is really key as you send out the information that you're getting from your CORVI final reports. So again, I talked about conferences, press briefings, newspapers, magazines, or other online media, the one-on-one meetings I just talked about, radio, television, social media. It's all effective. And if I'm missing any, we can talk about this when I'm finished. Let me know if I'm missing, opportunities that we haven't listed. And just remember, don't use one, use many. And what you can see here is that was a press release that went out, and then there was a news report that followed. So that was really a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Did I get this right? Oh, okay. It's also really important, one of the things I just wanted to touch on briefly, because we learned about this yesterday, is, tailoring the CORVI communication is really important. We've been doing CORVI for city governments and the national governments and the regional and whatnot. Learning yesterday that there is not, I don't know if we had a slide for this, but I don't see it, but I can just talk about it.
The national government? So this slide.
Oh.
Right, and then those are the subsequent slides.
Excuse me, I've got a little confused. Would not be the first time. So back to communication timing, I'm like, all right. It is important not to wait till the end. It's important to communicate CORVI throughout the process, and the reason that's so important is by the time you get to the end, you want people to be so familiar with CORVI that they just are ready to understand what it is and go forward. So it's really key to communicate CORVI throughout the whole process. And again, have that set of summary, your talking points at all times, whether it's summary overview, whether it's where you are in the middle of the project, where you are at the end, what are the recommendations. So having a team like you have here to keep each other up to date and communicate the aspects of CORVI is really fantastic. And since you all are working across different sort of venues, whether it's waste management or marine affairs, marine resources, emergency natural resources, etc., being able to share information that is important to all and both, all of the above is important, and then tailoring your messages. So generally, we sort of tailor our messages to, we have national governments, city governments, and regional governments, and we do slightly different for each. Obviously, as we learned, there's not a big city government here, but the national government. And so the national government is so important about targeting and focusing on the right audiences there. Because the national government is really here, particularly, able to, they sit atop, whether it's the economics or the ecological pieces or the infrastructure, they sit atop all of that. And so having this holistic sort of approach to what we get out of CORVI to addressing resilience in climate change, having that come down and be part of a bigger process is so important. And again, when I was with your minister in Glasgow, we heard so much talk, and Darian was there, by the way. We heard so much talk about the importance of national adaptation plans. That was a big discussion at COP. But what really came out was that there wasn't a lot of talk about how nations were going to be able to allocate financial resources to get to those adaptation plans, to get them implemented, to get them, the resiliency needed. And there was if you read coming out of COP, there was just a lot of discussion about, a lot was focused on mitigation and not as much was focused on adaptation and building resilience. And I think being able to have national action plans that have a level of granularity, like CORVI will help you develop your next national action adaptation plans with that level of granularity so that your national government can go forward to, whether it's a COP or whether it's a big, development bank or other financial institution, a bank, whatever, they will have that level of granularity that they can speak about the whole national interest in addressing these issues holistically. And that can help whether it's getting resources out of the Green Climate Fund or the UN Adaptation Fund. I mean, that's really the purpose that we have here in getting the national government involved and getting behind CORVI. As I said, city government is not as big a deal, but I think what we heard earlier is there's some discussion about maybe getting the city of Basseterre more involved in a committee that could be helpful. That might, who knows, after all the interviews, that could be one of the recommendations that come out of the CORVI. And then tailoring it also to the intergovernmental and regional organizations, UN, some of the broad organizations that can also help with the funding, that can unlock the funding gaps, that can help with providing you other resources moving forward that can really help build this importance on resilience. Oh, I've been moving my slides. So the other thing that I think we've been over this, I don't think I really need to belabor this point much more, is tailoring the communications with other projects and actions, and being able to share the best practices, and and come up with the innovative solutions. And I think that really helps when you're talking across all of these different sectors, but particularly I think it's helpful in talking with the private sector. So the private sector obviously is so important to everybody, and whether it's talking about how those decisions are going to help an industry, or how an industry can be involved so that it can help the public sector. It's bringing the private sector is really key. And I want to, did we put this on? No, we didn't put Andy McFarland. Well, when we started CORVI, the original CORVI pilot was funded by AXA XL, which is one of the largest reinsurance companies in the world. And they really wanted to have this kind of granular information that could help their decision making about future risk, and reducing liabilities, and having that risk information to support some of their underwriting even, or getting into communities and helping improve resilience in advance. That was obviously their economic interest. So that's the kind of thing that I think is really important, is making sure you communicate with the private sector early on. So I'm going to leave it there. I mean, we just went over an awful lot of information, but I guess the simple one is, well, let me ask you, what's the biggest message I just gave? What's really important to communicating CORVI in Basseterre, St. Kitts and Nevis? Is there one particular part that you think is more important that we need to communicate CORVI with than others? Sorry. So I just went over a lot of information. In your view, is there any, well, let's start with this. Is there any entity I might have missed that would be very important to communicate CORVI to? Like, I got the government, I got some of the examples of private sector. And talk to us about what are the best ways to communicate CORVI here? What are the most effective ways to get to anywhere from people, lay people, businesses, government? What are some of the ways that make sense here?
You mentioned a lot of, I think, pathways to communicating the key messages and so on. Included in that list, I saw radio. Now, there are some, how do I put this? Talk radio is a big thing in the Federation, and I am hopeful that when you have radio, that it incorporates that as well, not just maybe advertisements, having press releases read and so on, because you sort of gauge the inputs from just ordinary citizens by taking it to talk radio.
Talk radio, that's a great idea.
Yeah, so I think and a lot of the radio stations have segments like those. So it might just involve having someone, either from environment or the committee or the CORVI, make appearances on some of these radio stations so that the public understands what you're doing. They call in and ask questions, make comments, and so on. Sometimes it takes a long time because people will bring up all sorts of old stories, political things, and so on. But it also will provide, I think, critical information for you in terms of where the public is on projects such as these, and if there are stories that could help your process.
That is a really good point.
Yes, thanks, Vesta, for bringing that up. As a matter of fact, of recent times, it has been one of our more strategic avenues to get the message across, building partnerships with some of the radio personalities. And Darian perhaps can speak more on this, because I know he has been on one or two of the radio programs where we gave an overview in terms of what the project is about or what the activity is intended to do. And we invite the general public to call in and ask questions and provide clarifications. And as Vesta said, in many instances, sometimes the persons who may call in may be able to even give us information that we never thought of, including as well. So it is one of the activities that we recognize that we have to go. Sometimes it gets a bit political, but we understand that sometimes you can pick, in terms of the angle in which the person may have intentions of trying to reach. But for the most part, I think it has been one of our most strategic of recent times in terms of getting the message out. And again, Debbie, not to put you on the spot, but we are streaming live right now via our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. And I think the communication team through the Ministry of Environment has been doing an excellent job in terms of trying to get the message out. Usually when we do press releases, we have good communications also with the St. Kitts Nevis Information Service, SKNIS. And so from that press release, they can extract information out of that to actually make a news item. And just to also confirm that based on what would have taken place yesterday, we were able to feature onto the ZSZ Evening News last night. And then the intent also is to do whatever editing that is required out of these last two activities and then have them posted on our official website, YouTube channel and website and stuff like that. So we are trying different angles because we recognize that, as you mentioned within your presentation, you have to try different angles to get different medium and different persons. In terms of the young use this particular medium, the older prefer the read print material, and there's also a lot of persons who use the radio in terms of when you're commuting, at least you can have the radio on to listen to what is going on. So thanks, Vesta, for that input as well.
Yeah, that was a really good point.
Please don't discount an efficient collaboration with NEMA, because NEMA also has a communications person on staff, and there's a Facebook page, there's a website, there's opportunities to share all of the information along those, what was the word I'm looking for? It's failing me right now, but, sorry? Avenues. Thank you, Mr. Body. also, I haven't seen the moments very much today. I can't remember, but I'll
That's okay. Yeah, no, I think NEMA is a very important, and I think obviously because communicating emergency issues in advance is much more important than communicating emergency issues at the time. It's prep and then when it occurs, but obviously, so that's a really important, good idea, as well as all of your agencies or ministries or offices. You're all, that's what's the beauty of this committee is, you're a cross-sector of governmental folks that have a different sort of take on these issues, and I think you're the voices who can really help with that. And I particularly like that we have some, young folks here who have just graduated from university who can probably provide us with some advice as to how best to communicate that as well. I'd be curious what you guys think is, where do you get your information from? Either of you two.
Yeah, we're putting you on the spot right there.
Social media? Yeah, social media. Okay. Well, you have two people who can probably be your social media gurus, right? I'm looking at both of them.
Because they have consumers, Digicel, Flow, and so on. If you partner with them in terms of getting messages out, they can work with you. They have worked with disaster management for many, many years very closely in terms of getting information directly to the consumers. So if there's something you want to communicate directly to consumers, you can use those avenues as well.
That's a great idea, too. Local telecommunications, that's a great idea as well. Anyone else have some other thoughts on that? We kind of cover it.
We're just preparing a little media for the group.
Okay. All right. I'm going to step back for a minute because we have someone more technically capable than myself.
Because the technical people are coming in.
Yeah.
I think it's coming. So do folks have thoughts or questions while we're waiting? I have to say, I think doing an excellent job, as Sally said. We've seen lots of press and Facebook, YouTube, and do you guys tweet as well, I assume? I follow your Facebook page. Do you have a Twitter page as well? Like the Ministry of the Environment or NEMA, or you have a good Twitter team?
You would also go to, I think, SKNA. The reason to go to the SKNA is rather than just, like I said, is SKNA is disseminates to
of environment in collaboration.
Okay.
So it's different.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Of environment in
Yep, I just got to share it on the team.
SKNA? SKNI. Okay, I will do that.
It's actually St. Kitts Information Services. But they have the link directly to the area themselves.
collaboration with the Stimson Center is undertaking a project described as Climate and Ocean Risk Vulnerability Index, CORVI. In response to the climate crisis, the Stimson Center developed CORVI, which is a decision support tool that compares a diverse range of economic, social, and environmental risks connected to climate change to produce a coastal city risk profile. Addressing the participants of Day 1 of the CORVI Stakeholder Consultation on Thursday, Minister of Environment, Honorable Eric Evelyn, gave insights into CORVI and its role.
CORVI is a decision support tool developed by the Stimson Center, which will integrate data and information across the land-seascape to produce an innovative climate risk data set and written profile of the city of Basseterre. We feel that the information to be derived from CORVI can then be used by the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, international financial institutions, and the private sector to aid in the design of holistic urban climate resilience strategies for our coastal city, prioritize resilience planning already underway, and unlock additional climate finance.
He said the information gained through CORVI will positively impact decisions as it relates to the wise allocation of resources.
The CORVI assessment in Basseterre will provide detailed risk information to help the government and international financial institutions better understand the systemic climate risk impacting this coastal city. This holistic understanding can help drill down to priority actions, aid in the design of resilience strategies, and provide confidence to funding institutions and attract additional climate finance to reduce climate risk. Armed with this information, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis and international funding agencies will be able to allocate their resources wisely, make climate-smart adaptation and resilience decisions, and advocate for additional climate investment.
Minister Evelyn said the project has the full endorsement of the Ministry and the Department of Environment. Partners on the CORVI project include the International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF, the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives, the Stimson Center, USA, and the Taiwan Ocean Affairs Council.
That's fabulous.
You're all
Yeah, so we don't have to be teaching you anything about communication, apparently. Yeah. Thank you.
What can I say other than wow? You guys rock. I mean, that was really terrific. Was it ZIZ? ZAZ? Yeah. Phenomenal. So honestly, this pretty much takes us to the end of discussion communications, but there's not much to say because you're doing it like super rock stars. And so let me just ask before we move out of communications, does anybody have anything they want to add to it that we may have missed? Okay. So, oops, stay there. Oh, Tracy?
So we actually have a break planned right now, but I would maybe want to take the pulse of the group and say, do we just kind of want to push through, or do we need a break? So I don't know how you guys feel. We have a 15-minute break planned in the agenda right now, but it seems like we just got back from lunch, and a wrap-up shouldn't take that long. Are we all in favor of just kind of skipping the break and moving forward? Okay. Just want to check for...
Yep, great idea. So, again, a lot of information has been shared with you in the last 2 days. And everything from the survey process to the structured interviews to engaging stakeholders to doing the snowball method to creating the risk scores, writing the risk profile, communicating the findings. So that's really what we've gone through over the last 2 days. So what I'd like to do is see if there are any questions that have come up, and before I do that, should we just go into questions now, or should we, Cheryl, do you want to, well, we'll have a little bit of questions, and then Cheryl, you could maybe wrap for us? Okay, yes.
I was hoping that we would go through at least maybe 2 questions from the planned interviews.
Yeah, we just need to pull up the
We will bring those up. I can't remember which slide they are, so.
It's not on the slide.
It's not. It's on the process agenda?
Yes.
So while Natalie's doing that, I'll just maybe give you a little bit of context. So we will develop an actual script for interviewers. That script doesn't get developed until we get here. We're going to do it over the weekend. And it's largely because we need to learn from all of you sort of what the issues are and get some context, local context, before we develop that script. And so what we'll create over the weekend is a short sort of intro piece for you all as you're interviewing to start with, followed by a list of questions. Oh, and here they are. So the questions we generally talk to are questions on local conditions, right? And if you remember, if you were here yesterday, the first question, that icebreaker we started out with, what are your biggest concerns related to climate risk in Basseterre? We also will provide, as part of that interview protocol, is what it's called, a map, so that as you're talking to these folks, you can show them that map of the study area, if that's what you want to do. You know, you all live here, so you might just say it's from, here to here and includes the city of Basseterre. So you can do that however you think is the most appropriate, whether it's you just describe it by talking about the neighborhoods perhaps, or whether you show a map. So we want to sort of set the stage by letting them know what the study area is. We ask the questions on local conditions, what areas are most important to understanding climate risk. We ask, what efforts do you know of that are underway to reduce or mitigate climate risk across those categories, right? So again, that's where you would be saying, if you were talking to someone in the infrastructure field, for instance, or in the economics field, you might say, what efforts do you know that are underway to reduce or mitigate climate risk in the business sector, or in ports, or in fisheries, et cetera. So you'll make that sort of that question specific. We ask about what future plans they know about. Where there are issues, we want to talk about what's working and what's not working. Generally, you're going to get a lot of feedback on what's not working. So you might want to ask the what is working question first, because interviewees will often just segue right into that for you. But we do want to try to understand what's good that's happening, because obviously we want to do more of the good stuff, right? And then what information are we missing? Right, it's very much a learning. This is, it's a research project. We're again, we've talked about this, we're building a body of knowledge, right? So what don't we know? What questions aren't we asking? And so that's basically the sort of standard framework. Again, these are semi-structured interviews, so you as the interviewer, feel free to guide the conversation in a direction if you want, or if you're more of a let's let it flow, you can let it flow. So interviewing is very much flexible in its approach, right? You sort of have to go with the person that you're talking to. You might be with someone who wants to give a one-word answer. and you might need to prod a little bit, and you might be with somebody who's ready to talk for 20 minutes. Right, and Sal was talking about that earlier. Does that help? So yes, and we'll prepare all of this weekend for you all, but we just sort of needed to come here first and hear from you all a little bit first to understand better before we can start putting up that draft script.
And I think it's also important to, have, we all gave you all a 2-pager. You might want to tailor it a little for Basseterre before you hand it out. But, so people know what is CORVI generally and why, Basseterre is doing it. And we can help you with that as well. You can do it any way you want, actually. You don't have to follow our template, but a lot of the information is here. I think it's helpful. We always hand that out when we do an interview.
Yeah. So you can either hand it out as is, or if you think it's too stiff or too academic or too vague, feel free to change it. So again, don't want to put a load of extra work on, but if you feel it's inadequate, certainly feel free to change it. This is, again, your communication materials, and as we've learned today, you guys are very good at this. What was the question?
I was wondering if the Department of Physical Planning was a part of the committee, but Cheryl has said yes.
And the reason we asked folks to ask their questions in the mic is because the folks that are on the video can't hear us unless it's on the mic. Any other questions?
So let me go back. Yeah, does anyone have any more questions about specifically the general survey questions? And how, interview questions and how we go about that. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. That was really important. Why don't we go back to the general slide again to see if anyone had any other questions for that. Thanks, Melanie. So, on back to the list of things we really discussed over the last few days. Does anyone want to raise anything? I mean, we're not going to leave you forever. We are email away, and same with OAC. And no, okay. Tracy doesn't want to be an email away. She wants to get back on the plane. Who wouldn't? This is paradise after all. I was laughing when you said the Canadian consultant was coming down next week. It's cold up there. What else? Anything else? And is there anything either from our team that you heard that you thought we need to impart before we turn it over to Cheryl, Tracy, or Natalie? Anything from yesterday that stood out for you? That okay, I know everyone wants to take off, but let me just ask one more time because we're here. All right, well, I'm not surprised we're not... Oh, yes, go ahead. Yep. Did you have... Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, with all of this, the interview, the survey, questionnaires and stuff like that, has anyone thought of incorporating anything to do with the pandemic as it relates to this entire process?
That is such a good point. Incorporating the pandemic into this process. I think the way to talk about that is we need to build back bluer. And I think that can be, we're coming out of the pandemic. You all have, actually, you've done so much better than many of your neighboring states, because what I've noticed while I've been here and what I've heard is although tourism has taken a hit, you've really done a great job with some of the construction and taking advantage of having things closed to build things back and renovate and whatnot. But I think building back bluer in that context of resilience is a really important way to say we have an opportunity here, we're learning about this, we're coming out of a pandemic, we want to be the sustainable island state. I mean, that's what I read in your materials, is that's one of your promotional pieces. So how do you do it? I would definitely add that into your discussion when you talk about CORVI.
Yeah, so let me just add on to that a little bit, and maybe if you could give him back the mic, because I did want to ask. So I think there's maybe several layers to your question, right? So one of the things that we could not have predicted when we set up our indicators was that COVID was going to hit, right? Yes. So we do, but one of the things we've heard even before COVID is that the idea of the connection of health to climate risk, we did not hit strong enough. And so we are, as I think we've said a couple of times, this is the year we're hoping to crack that case open again, take another look at those indicators, and make sure we've got the right set. And I certainly think that we'll hit the health indicators harder and potentially maybe even have a specific COVID one that goes into the next round.
But if I could add, even though it's not an indicator, when you do your interviews, you can ask about...
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so that's what I was actually, that's the next thing I was going to say, was we can add a question and say to that list that we just showed you, if you all think that that's a good idea.
Correct. I'm speaking from an urban planner perspective. COVID has brought to light that there might be instances where there need to be distancing, right? And in some areas, especially in Basseterre, it's densely populated. How do we look at these things on an urban scale and include it in what we are looking at in the CORVI process, right? Sink is small, Basseterre is even smaller, and we don't have space. But it's something to consider as we move forward.
Yeah, and I think that actually adding that as a question, saying looking forward, given what we've learned in COVID, how do you expect that to impact future risks? I think that makes perfect sense. It's the elephant in the room, right? Is that a saying that everybody uses?
Well, I don't know if everyone uses it, but...
it's the topic that needs to be talked about, right? I completely agree.
And that's why, again, CORVI is so... Having the narrative when you write the risk profile is really important. I mean, we're talking about economic issues, social issues, ecological issues, governance issues. All of those feed into this. So just because there's not an indicator doesn't mean it's not a topic that's really important to be part of the narrative. Everybody talks about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. That's a really good point.
Yeah, it's changed so much. And so, I suspect that future generations will look back and think about before COVID and after COVID, right? And how things were different, right? Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Well, it is true. I mean, climate, a lot of people think climate is going to be, that's why I'm not really sure how we missed that at the beginning, but we talked about it, but we didn't put it in, and I think absolutely it's a big part of climate is the pandemics and the health issues associated with climate.
Yeah, we have a couple health, but it's not. We didn't hit it as hard as we could have.
Absolutely.
We talked about vector-borne diseases was the one that we thought was the most important.
We have access to health. Access to healthcare is in there too.
And access to health.
Access to health.
Right. So those are the two, but it's clear that that's not enough. And so who knows? Maybe health gets its own category in the next round.
Really, thank you for doing that. That's a great point. Other points? Okay, well, I'm going to just say on behalf of Stimson and Taiwan ICDF, unless you want to say anything before we close, just thank you all so much for this committee. I mean, you are, again, how many times can I say it, but I can't say it enough, is we've done this in a number of places, and we've never been with a group of CORVI implementers who are as organized, as thoughtful, as together, as intelligent. You really get it. So with that, Cheryl, would you like to close us out today? Okay.
Yeah, go do your official standing, that's right.
Okay, it's wrap-up time, but before I said my official closing remarks, in terms of next steps for the benefit of all who is here and who are listening, the next step is to have a similar meeting of this nature, to have all the data collectors and potential interviewers in a room where we can continue the brainstorming to strategize in terms of whose skill set is most linked towards interviewing and whose skill set is most in terms of conducting the surveys, and everybody knows somebody who knows somebody, so continuing the same snowballing effect. And what I can say, Sally, as you mentioned in terms of the strategy of using the committee, it was actually the brainchild, for want of a better term, from our peers when they had that first discussion. And we started brainstorming in the office, and we had a small committee, and then when that committee was established, then similar to the same snowballing where persons would there say, you know, we need to include this particular agency and that. So it started from the beginning. So I just want to say, even though PS is on vacation, thank you, Madam PS, if you're listening. And it came back to political will and champion. Our minister has been doing an excellent job in trying to push the work of the environment, not just locally, but internationally. Everybody would have recognized, even at COP, he was anywhere and everywhere. Whenever an invitation was extended to him to speak on behalf of the climate change issues from a national perspective, without reservation, he said yes. Even if he did not have the information, we prepared the relevant information for him, and you put a mic in front of him, he's ready to talk. Right, Darian? Yes. And so I just want to say it's a collaborative effort, not just from our ministry, but we've had quite a support from our project partners, both private and public. And based on what has been going on thus far, one of the things I recognize in terms of the benefit of the CORVI upon its completion, in terms of it allows us and affords us the opportunity to have more private-public partnerships. Because if you look at the Basseterre profile, most of the areas that we're going to, in terms of persons we're going to be interviewing, are actually from the private sector, outside of the government buildings and stuff, talking about the insurance companies, the banking, and we've never had that type of relationship with them. We've tried to include them once or twice, but having to go and do interviews and or surveys with them, it is also a means of communication in terms of, for them to kind of recognize that if they have not yet thought about it, this is something that they need to embed into their decision makings moving forward. You've mentioned about access to financing. It has always been and continues to be a challenge for us to access financing, especially from the Green Climate Fund. And we are thinking that the outputs of the CORVI tool will be one that we can use, because for most persons who don't know, when it comes to accessing funds for the Green Climate Fund, you need in-depth analysis and assessments that can basically solidify and rationalize why is it that we need to access funds for this particular activity. So I'm thinking that the outputs of the CORVI tool will be a good starting point for us, particularly as it relates to the CORVI tool and looking at resilience planning. So that was the first part. So now, on behalf of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, through the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives, it is indeed my pleasure to say thanks to Sally and her team, Regine and her team, and the team from the OAC, particularly the OAC, who has been with us virtually for the last 2 days. I could imagine it has been quite a bit challenging, but it shows your level of commitment. So we want to say thank you to you, Dr. Chen and your team, and we are passionate about this, and we have committed to seeing it through its end, and you can be rest assured that the information that you need to make a good assessment for Basseterre, you will get the information that you want. So I just want to say thanks to all of the project partners, and we will continue the conversations on Monday and Tuesday. So for those, we will share the YouTube link for the Tuesday session for those who are not able to participate. But I just want to say thanks again for taking the time out, for because I know Fridays after midday, everybody starts to shut down now. But you've been here, which shows your level of commitment. So we just want to say thanks to you. And for those who have traveled to St. Kitts for the first time, please use the weekend for a bit of exploring and exploration, both for St. Kitts and Nevis, if you can. And just wanted to thanks again, and have a good weekend all. Thank you.
Thank you. That was perfect.